to order. I'm going to ask Mr. Perez to do the invocation and the pledge of allegiance. Mr. Perez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. If I can have everyone please stand for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Thank you. Heavenly Father, may you bless each person who is gathered here today and let your hand of protection be on them and throughout the rest of the week. Let the work done here tonight come to achievement and let it all be for your glory. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
The pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez. I'll begin with the presentation and I'll call for item number 1. Ms. Carrillo, you have the floor.
Mayor, Council, good afternoon. With us today, we've got Ms. April Chapa and some of the representatives from DHR.
Do you want to ask him to come forward for the reading of the proclamation? Will you all please come forward for the reading of the proclamation?
She was instrumental in getting these 2 proclamations to us. The first proclamation reads as follows. Whereas childhood cancer is the leading cause of death by disease in children, whereas 1 in 285 children in the United States will be diagnosed by their 20th birthday, whereas 46 children per day or 16,790 children per year are diagnosed with cancer in the United States, whereas there are approximately 40,000 children on active treatment at any given time, whereas the average age of diagnosis is 6 years old compared to 66 years old for adult cancer diagnosis. And whereas 80% of childhood cancer patients are diagnosed late and with metastatic disease, whereas in the last 20 years, only 4 new drugs have been approved by the FDA to specifically treat childhood cancer, whereas the National Cancer Institute recognizes the unique research needs of childhood cancer and the associated need for increased funding to carry this out. Whereas hundreds of nonprofit organizations at the local and national level, including Greater Gold Foundation, Super Rami, and the American Childhood Cancer Organization, are helping children with cancer and their families cope through educational, emotional, and financial support. Whereas researchers and healthcare professionals work diligently, dedicating their expertise to treat and cure children with cancer. Whereas also observing and declaring the month of September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and to encourage the wearing of the color gold, yellow, to raise awareness for this cancer. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Mission, do hereby proclaim September 2021 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, proclaimed on this, the 23rd day of August, 2021.
To approve the proclamation.
We have a motion to approve the proclamation. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second, and this I open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Ms. Ortega, are you on?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, so a vote is processed at 4-0.
If I can, good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is April Chapa. I'm with the DHR Advanced Care Center. And tonight I have our practice administrator, our director, Elizabeth Ramirez, Miss Liz, and one of our patient navigators, Veronica Cano. Mario Lescano should be coming in a minute, also representing DHR, Doctors Hospital Renaissance. Today we are here for childhood cancer awareness for the month of September. The gold ribbon and colors to be worn for awareness, and September is a time to recognize the children and families affected by childhood cancers and to emphasize the importance of supporting research on these devastating conditions. The color gold also symbolizes how precious children are and how they are resilient of childhood cancer heroes. Unlike other awareness ribbons that symbolize one specific disease, The Childhood Cancer Ribbon Gold stands for dozens of childhood cancer diseases. We have several events coming up. September 1st, here in our lovely city of Mission, we have the Gold Walk with the Mission Police Department in front of the police area. We'll be participating there as well. September 11th, we have a Parade of Gold at our DHR Advanced Care Center. We are in partnership with Greater Gold Foundation and Super Rami. And on September 13th, we will have a Go Gold Walk at DHR parking lot, and that's for the awareness. On September 18th, we have a Ride for Gold bike event in Edinburgh, but we invite everybody to come out. And we're passing out some of our flyers so you can be aware of all the events for Childhood Cancer Awareness Month.
Thank you. Maura.
Thank you.
Thank you. Right? And how about, come on here so we can take a photo with the council. We don't have a stool.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 2.
Mayor, Council, again, April Chapa from DHR was also instrumental in getting us this proclamation, which reads as follows. Whereas prostate cancer is the most frequently diagnosed cancer in men and the second leading cause of cancer deaths in men. Whereas the American Cancer Society this year, approximately 248,530 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer in the United States. Alone this year, and roughly 34,130 will die this year from the disease, which is one man in every 15 minutes. Whereas race and ethnicity plays a role in being at risk for prostate cancer. Whereas early prostate cancer usually has no symptoms, and studies suggest strong familial predisposition may be responsible for 5% to 10% of the disease cases. Whereas the 5-year survival rate approaches 100% when prostate cancer is diagnosed and treated early, but drops to 31% when it spreads to other parts of the body. Whereas the rapid reduction in prostate cancer mortality is attributed to early detection through PSA testing and advancement in treatment. Whereas the American Cancer Society recommends that men should have an opportunity to make an informed decision about whether to be tested for prostate cancer based on their personal values and preferences. Whereas the Mission City Council joins communities across our nation to increase the awareness about the importance for men to make an informed decision with their healthcare provider about early detection and testing for prostate cancer. Whereas also observing and declaring the month of September as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, and to encourage the wearing of the color light blue to raise awareness of this cancer. Now, therefore, we, the City Council of the City of Mission, do hereby proclaim September 2021 as Prostate Cancer Awareness Month, proclaimed on this, the 23rd day of August, 2021.
Mayor, I move to approve the proclamation for prostate.
We have a
cancer
motion on the
awareness
floor. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. And this I open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Month.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries, carries 5-0, and the proclamation is approved.
Thank you, Mayor. We are also here today to also recognize that September is also Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. The color of this ribbon is light blue. Prostate cancer is a risk for all men as they age, but if it's caught and treated early, the outlook is generally very good. So as you get older, be sure to have open conversations with your doctor about your risk. If you have any symptoms, you think you might have prostate cancer, or if it runs in your family, talk to your doctor right away. We know it is not a thing that men like to probably talk about, but we encourage everyone to be educated about it and the signs. On September 18th, we invite everybody to come to our DHR Advanced Care Center, where we'll be hosting a car show for a cause to raise awareness to prostate cancer. Come and show off your car or your truck or your motorcycle, but also get very important information and education about prostate cancer. So we invite everybody to please come. That's on September 18th. On September 25th, we'll be honoring prostate cancer survivors and giving out education and information at the Toro Soccer Games. So we invite everybody to also attend that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm sorry for being late.
You want to get the team over? Thank you. Thank you. Item number 3, Mr. Pettis, you have the floor, sir.
Honor, Lord. Honor.
Yes, Mayor, if I may, I received a request from the Go Mission organization that they wanted to present on their first annual teacher supply bash. So we got representatives here from Go Mission.
Point of contact or the whole Go Mission, if you all want to approach the podium, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jessica Iglesias. I'm sure y'all know who I am. I'd like to introduce real quick. This is Cassie Rodriguez. She is a local business owner, as well as Marcos Sandoval. And I have Daisy Vasquez, and we have Corey and Steven Alanis, who's also here with us. On Sunday, August 15th, myself, along with local business owners and community members, came together to host our first ever teacher supply drive-by bash at the Mission Event Center. We hear a backpack giveaway and school supply giveaway for students, and nothing has ever been done for teachers. So if it wasn't for our teachers, our district wouldn't be able to function. It was time for us to honor them. So what started off as a very small idea and a discussion with Corey and a coming soon post on our Go Mission Facebook page, within hours turned into something huge, just tripled in size tremendously with the support of our amazing community and local business owners who reached out to us. Everything happened so quickly, but we were able to fill 500 bags to give to teachers at Mission ISD, Sharyland ISD, and Idea Mission. This event was truly amazing, and as you could see, the happiness and excitement in the teachers' faces as they drove by was priceless. We even had some tear up, and their words to us was, "Never has anything been done for us, and it's been a long year and a half." I come today to thank the City of Mission, Chief Dominguez and Assistant Chief Rodriguez from the City of Mission Police Department for their continued support and making sure that things ran safely and smoothly. City of Mission Parks and Recreation for coming out on a Sunday morning to set up barriers and cones. To the Mission Event Center, Fatima, Jerry, and their staff, along with the Boys and Girls Club of Mission, Rick Venencia and his staff, for all they did to help us get ready for the day. Assistant City Manager Aida Lerma, City Manager Randy Perez, and to the media department, Roxanne and Charlie, for coming through last minute and helping us promote this wonderful event. Mr. Perez, I promise next year I will give you plenty of time instead of a week's notice. A special thank you for those who attended. Councilwoman Nori Garza, for all your continued support. City Manager Randy Perez, who stood there to give a little wave to the teachers. It's like I told our volunteers, just a wave to let them know that we're here supporting them goes a long way. Go Mission is a community-based social media page. This has nothing to do with local politics. We are one community, and all these volunteers and businesses are for mission. With that, we are pleased to announce that the Go Mission Foundation is coming really soon. We can't wait, and we continue doing events. We can't wait to continue to be doing events and work alongside our wonderful community. Thank you.
Thank you. Calling for item number 4, Ms. Enriquez, you have the floor, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Let's see. Is everyone able to hear me? Okay, wonderful.
Yes, we
go
can,
ahead.
ma'am.
Thank you, thank you. So we have a couple announcements. Right now, our board ballots are due. So every year, all of our members of the chamber are able to vote their board. So that's one of the things that is different about the Greater Mission Chamber of Commerce is that our board of directors are membership elected. So all of our members, just a reminder, ballots have been mailed out to you. If you don't have one, I will be electronically emailing all of our members that we have not heard from to submit their ballot. We are asking for the selection of 4 members, 4 board of director members, and it's due August 31st. So be on the lookout for that. And anyone can always ask me for information on that. And I just wanted to, as August is coming to an end, our member of the month was Careers Unlimited. So a shout out to Christina and our wonderful vocational program school here at in the community. So Careers Unlimited, we're thankful for you, and we just wanted to highlight our members. Stay tuned for our next month's member. And on Monday, we will be doing a special ribbon cutting for South Texas Bingo. It's off of Griffin. So we do invite our city council, our friends over at the RGB Hispanic Chamber of Commerce will be present as well. So this will be a joint ribbon cutting. And that's all we have for this evening, Mayor and Council.
Thank you, Ms. Enriquez. Any question by the council?
No question from
No questions? Again, thank you, Ms. Enriquez, and I'm calling for item number 5. Mr. Perez, you have the floor.
It's a departmental report.
It's departmental report. So anybody from the council has any specific questions on the reports that were filed in your packet, this is the time to ask the city manager and he will direct whether the department head will be addressed. Any questions?
I move to approve the reports as presented.
We have a motion to approve the reports as presented. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second, and this I will give the council a second opportunity to discuss. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 5 was approved 5-0, and I call for citizens' participation. And Ms. Carrillo, who do we have signed up now?
Yes, Mayor, I have a few signed up, but if I may, due to the Texas Open Meetings laws and the opinion of the Texas Attorney General, the city council shall not deliberate, discuss, or make any decision on any subject not on the agenda. Persons addressing the council. Any person who willfully utters loud, threatening, or abusive language or engages in any disorderly conduct which would impede, disrupt, or disturb the orderly conduct of any meeting, hearing, or other proceeding shall be called to order by the presiding officer. And if such conduct continues, may at the discretion of the council be ordered barred from further audience before the council during that meeting. No one shall in their utterance or actions be disrespectful to avoid to anyone else, public speaker, city staff, or city council. Everyone shall act with polite decorum. The first person, Mayor, that we have for citizens' participation is Ms. Yesenia Herzberg. She's from Hope Family Health Center.
Ms. Herford, please come by the podium, name and address for the record, and you state your issue, concern. Or
Hi, my name's Jasenia Herzberg. I'm my address 1508 in Santisma and McAllen, but I'm with Hope Family Health Center. I'm the communications and outreach coordinator over there. We're a nonprofit health clinic providing affordable healthcare to the RGV's uninsured population. We wanted to let everyone in Mission know about our free medical services available to them. These services include free labs and diagnostic testing. Other medical services include medications, checkups, and screenings such as cancer or pap smears. We also have counseling, peer support, case management, and wellness programs such as diabetes prevention through exercise and nutrition. You can call our office at 956-994-3319 to set up an appointment. You'll need proof of income, proof of address, and an ID, and we're located at 2332 Jordan Road in McAllen. You can stay up to date with our services on Facebook and Instagram. And I give flyers with our services and a map to see if you qualify to the front. And I think Ana Carrillo has them now. So I'll be here after the meeting if anyone has questions. Thank you. And it's a bilingual message, so now I'll say it in Spanish. Hola, mi nombre es Yesenia. Soy la coordinadora de comunicaciones en Hope Family Health Center, una clínica de salud, proveyendo la atención médica económica a la población sin seguro en el RGV. Queremos que todos en Mission saben de nuestros servicios medicales gratis disponibles para ellos. Estos servicios incluyen exámenes de laboratorio y pruebas de diagnóstico. Otros servicios incluyen medicaciones, chequeos y exámenes como para el cáncer y el frotis. También tenemos consejería, apoyo entre pares, la atención individualizada y programas del bienestar como la prevención de la diabetes. Por favor, llama a nuestra oficina a 956-994-3319 para hacer una cita. Va a necesitar comprobante de ingresos, comprobante de domicilio y identificación. Nuestra dirección es 2332 Jordan Road en McAllen. Y puedes seguirnos en Facebook y Instagram para actualizaciones. Estaré aquí después de esa cita si alguien tiene más preguntas. Muchas gracias por escucharme. Gracias.
Thank you, ma'am. The next one is
Yes, Mayor, we have Ms. Irma Flores Lopez.
Mrs. Flores Lopez, approach the podium, please. The name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, City Attorney. And once again, City Attorney, please guide me if I'm wrong.
Yes, ma'am.
Obviously, I heard the statement by our City Secretary, Ana Carrillo, so I'll be very careful. After watching the video where I spoke up 2 weeks ago, I realized I didn't mention my name or address. So I thought, well, maybe my statement is invalid. Do I need to reply the statement I made 2 weeks ago? I'm going to go ahead and reply. That's okay. City Attorney, stating my name and address, Irma Flores Lopez, 1201 Carolyn. And to be more specific, I live 1 block west of the Mission Public Library. If you want to drive by there, ring my doorbell, come and visit. My number is 789-9429. 2 weeks ago, I expressed my disappointment in the City Council. And you know that most of the time I support most of you. And I mentioned the 2 of you had my phone number. And when you need votes or for me to post something on Facebook, you call me, and that has stopped, but that's okay. What disappointed me was the Progress Times article. I didn't write the article. I don't work for the Progress Times, but this was on the FBI probe concerning some city council members. I'm concerned because the issue still hasn't been addressed. There has been no official statement from the city. As a longtime resident of Mission, I was born here in 1961. My grandpa came from Mexico in the early 1920s, became a US citizen, Sabino Soto. On my Flores side, they've been here not for 10 years or 15 years, for maybe 100 years. So it disappoints me that we have actions like these going on that go back to the pioneers of Mission. Let's do well by them. Let's respect the values and morals that they taught us, that we grew up with. There was a special meeting. And again, City Attorney, correct me if I'm wrong. And I know I have 52 seconds. It was about a discussion of engineers. A council person stepped out, and then a decision was made while she stepped out. And then she rejoined the meeting at 6:25. She had stepped out at 6:23, and then the decision was made for a certain engineering group to be approved with. My concern is there a connection there? Is there a conflict of interest? A lot of people in Mission know that there is a conflict of interest. And it's so funny that when you needed our votes to run for office, there was never a conflict of interest. You called on us and said, please get people to vote for us. I have 10 seconds left. With that, I'll close by my favorite quote by Mark Twain. Always do right. This will gratify some and astonish the rest. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez Flores. Anybody else?
No, sir. Everybody else is for a public hearing, so that's all citizens' participation. I believe you're for public hearing. You're for a particular item on the agenda.
Yeah, I was gonna ask before I address you, I know Mr. Camden, when did you, if you wanna approach them on your issue? Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yeah, my name's Matt Kendon, and I'm,
Name and address.
my
and
name is Matt
and you have 3
Kendon, and my
minutes.
address is 316 South Bryant. And this has to do with the lift station number 23. When McGowan Construction upgraded that station, they didn't enact a drain plan. Didn't consider where the water was going to be going. And so that's I think I like to see a drain plan put in down there. There is a trunk line for a storm sewer there on the north side of that lot 10 where the lift station is. They can also put a retaining pond, I believe, in the back. That is always been a low area down there. So
Is
I
that
just
it?
want to bring that to the attention because over the years, I've tried to call up Public Works and mention it to them. Nothing's ever been done about it, but
Okay, Mr. Camden, is that it?
that's it.
He's noted it down. Our city manager has noted. Thank you, sir.
It's not a dire situation where people are getting flooded out or nothing like that. But I just had to get my 2 cents worth. And if I got this over with.
Thank you,
It's been
sir.
going on for years. I've been trying to get, I figured this would be a good way a good forum to do it, a good way of making this issue. That's it then.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Ma'am, you want to step up to the podium and you name and address and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Do you want to start the clock?
I've got you over here in case you can't.
Yes, Sharon Ellison, 1604 East 23rd and a half Street, Mission, Texas. I've been a resident for 20 years. This first item was regarding today. There was digging next to Peter and Paul Episcopal Church for a retention pond. No letters were ever sent out to anybody in my neighborhood about this pond being made there. And I know you send letters out for other things, but now you don't send any letters for retention ponds. And I think that's a real big effect to the citizens of that area. And I want to know if it's going to be fenced in, if it's going to be protected, because I've seen other retention ponds in the Sundrop area. You can just drive right into them. That's one question. And the other one is the city needs to set a decibel level for sounds of live music. And they need to get their act together to do that. They need to decide, okay, I know on the internet around 70 is already terrible. So I talked to the planning commission because this is going to refer to an item that's coming up. You need to set a decibel level so that the policeman can issue a citation and it has some enforcement. Because the city has said this particular level is not acceptable near a residential area. From a business park in front of it, which you let be established there. Otherwise, there would be no problem. But today, I don't think it's right I called the appraisal district to see if you guys had title to that land. And you just had that land titled on August 5th. It's property 682-922, 4.16 acres, has a special warranty deed. I want the city to tell people what they're doing with this stuff. And a retention pond is a real
important place. It might help. I don't know, we flood there, but still, what are you gonna do about the surrounding area? You're gonna let people just go in and put trash there? You're gonna fence it in? All these things. And why we're never, why is never any letter sent out about retention ponds? That's it. To the neighborhood.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Anybody else? Do we have anybody on electronics or citizens participation?
No, Mayor.
No signals? Okay, I will close the citizens participation and I'll go to planning and zoning recommendations and Ms. De Luna, you have the public hearings, ma'am.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item number 7 is a rezoning for a 2.81 acre, more or less being the east 50 feet of the south 246.10 feet out of the 12.575 acres, more or less out of lot 245 Johnny Sherry subdivision. This is from agricultural AOI to R1 single family residential. The applicant is Gladys Marquez. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located approximately a quarter-mile east of Sherry Road along the north side of East 22nd Street. Surrounding zones include residential to the northwest and south and multifamily residential to the east. The future land use map shows this area as low-density residential. The proposed zone complies with the city's future land use map and surrounding land uses. P&Z and staff recommended approval. This is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this rezoning? If there's anybody in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. I do not see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm going to move to electronics. Is there anybody electronic that wants to participate in this public hearing? I will close the public hearing at this time, and I'm going to move for council guidance. Council, we have a motion on the floor to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second, and this I open it for discussion for any of the council members. Mrs. Ortega, you have no discussion.
No, Mayor, I do not.
Thank you, ma'am. Call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0, and it approves ordinance number 5059, ordinance number 5059. And I'm calling for item number 8.
Item number 8 is a rezoning for a 0.51 of an acre tract of land out of lot 17-11, West Addition to Sherryland. This is from AOI Agricultural Bin Interim to C3 General Business. The applicant is AS 135 Highway 83 Bryan Road LP. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located near the northeast corner of Bryan Road and US Expressway 83 Frontage Road. Surrounding zones include general business, C3 to the north, east, south, and to the west is general commercial and agricultural. The future land use map shows this area as heavy commercial. The proposed zone complies with the city's future land use map and surrounding land uses. P&Z and staff recommended approval of this item. This is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a public hearing for anybody in favor or against the rezoning. If there's anybody in the audience that wants to speak on this behalf, please approach the podium at this time. I do not see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm going to move it over to electronics. Is there anybody who wants to participate in electronics in this public hearings? Charlie, Alex? I will close this public hearing and ask for council guidance.
Move to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. We have a second. And this I open up for final discussion by any of the council members. Ms. Ortega, do you have any
No, Mayor.
comments? Okay. Call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0 and calling for item number 9. Ordinance number 5060. 5060.
Item number 9 is a rezoning for a 12.451 acre tract of land, more or less, out of the east portion of Lot 4, Ms. Evie Flores subdivision, out of portion 52. This is from AOI Agricultural Open Interim and C3 General Business 2, I1, which is industrial. The applicant is Valley Steel Recycling LLC. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located near the southeast corner of Inspiration Road and Business Highway 83 along the south side of Business Highway 83. Surrounding zones include to the north, single-family residential, duplex, neighborhood commercial, and general business. To the east, heavy and light industrial and agricultural. To the west, agricultural, and to the south, single-family residential. The future land use map shows this area as industrial. The proposed zone complies with the future land use map and surrounding land uses. PNC recommended denial, staff recommended approval. We did have opposition during the public hearings. The concerns were in regards to safety, rodents in that area. This is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody in favor or against this rezoning? Anybody from the audience? If you're in favor or against, please approach the podium. You are recognized, sir. Name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Yes, so thank you. My name is Adrian Villarreal. My address is 1705 North 51st, but I'm also the president and CEO for IBC Bank. And so we have 3 locations here in the city of Mission, on Bryan, on Sherry, and in the Walmart across in the Expressway. Real quickly, in terms of this project and the people behind the project, I just want to give you some brief information. This company and the owners of this company, they also are the largest steel company, own the largest steel company in Mexico. They have a total of 4 plants in the US currently. They've got 3 in Ohio and 1 in New York. They also have a plant in Canada and 1 in Brazil. And so they are not new to this industry and actually have a lot of expertise. The attractiveness to this property to these owners is the access to rail. They're looking at 80% of their products going to be shipped to Corpus and also to Monterrey. And they're also making a significant investment, and they're going to be purchasing the state-of-the-art environmental friendly equipment. In fact, the total estimated equipment cost for this facility is going to be $9 million. Total investment cost is going to be about $15 million. And then in terms of the economic impact, initially they're looking to hire 30 direct employees, and then over a 12-month period looking to hire an additional 12, and then ultimately produce about $40 million in revenue. So what you're dealing here is people that understand this industry. They want to be here in the city of Mission, and they're going to purchase the necessary equipment to make sure that it's a state of the art. Okay, and I guess for all those reasons, that's why I'm here just in favor of the rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against the rezoning, please approach the podium at this time. Sir, your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Hi, I'm Alec Garza with Valley Steel Recycling. I'll be helping with the operations of this project. And as previously discussed, we come to provide new jobs for the area and invest about $14 to $15 million. There's a lot of infrastructure that will be done in this area. We also have I know that they voiced the concern with the pests and the problem. I think every concern is valid, and we plan on getting pest consulting and anything to alleviate that issue. There's also, if you look at starting with this depiction of the property over here, you can start to see that there is a separation between the northern boundary and our property. So we have 20 feet of easement between the neighbors and the subject property. Then we have there's going to be a wooded area that separates us, and it's a buffer zone that, they can't even see our property from that back wall. Then that area kind of doubles as a retention pond, because that's where all the drainage goes to that side of the property, that south side of the property. There are other yards other metal recycling yards that do share boundaries with, there's one on Business 83, Wilkinson Iron and Metal, also has a boundary that shares with some neighbors, some residential neighborhoods. And Yeah, there's also some other pictures, just so you can see that there is that separation. We plan on improving the wall to just be another barrier there's two walls that you can see between that wooded area. Just to prevent any, rodents or any type of, anything else from going across. If there's any other questions that y'all, have, I'd be glad to answer. If not, yeah.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against the rezoning? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this rezoning, please, your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Sharon Ellison, 1604 East 23rd and a half Street, Mission, Texas, resident 20 years. Okay, you realize that the planning commission ruled against this, okay? You just had a big bank guy talk to you, and then you had the owner of the company. They don't come from here. I don't care about the bank. Have you driven there? Do you want a recycling plant next to all those neighbors? There's an apartment building on one side. This is the Schlumberger property. The Schlumberger property. It's not that big. You just want to crunch the neighbors out. You want to have the other people just have to move away. This is a recycling plant of that scale. I don't know what, the trains are going to stop. The planning commission denied it. I hope that you guys really look at what they talked about in the plan. These people didn't show up in the planning commission. They were not here. But they came up because they got denied. So they put some power into their thing. And those pictures, don't show the neighborhood there. Those don't show the reality. That's drawn pictures, except for one wall. I feel for the residents of Mission, how you guys let people push us around for 30 jobs or whatever. They even said, oh, the local people have a way to earn their income. They can bring it there instead of like Wilkins Recycling. These are big companies. Think about the little people of Mission, the little people, the people that have lived there for years. And they're not here. There was one man here when I came to the planning commission. One guy spoke up. People are not willing to come to your meetings because you shut us out. Just like when she read all that stuff about how you have to behave in the meeting. You want us to shut up. And the other lady that voiced her opinion. Don't shut the residents of Mission out. And they've lived here longer. Mission is for the people, not for the business. You can have all your businesses you want, but you need to think carefully when you allow rezoning around neighborhoods. Let them go find a place way down out that way, out west on the railroad. They don't need to be in the city. I'm sorry that you guys don't realize what you're doing to the people of Mission. People don't want to speak up because they're afraid. And I know it's just like I said about the decibels, you're not going to do anything about it. That's the whole end point. Are you really going to do anything about it? Do you really care about the people of Mission? The people that have lived next to the places. You're going to put a retention pond next to my house. You're going to put that over to those people's house. You don't live there. None of you live next to these places you're planning. And the people are
I
not
don't
willing
think
to
that
talk.
What you're saying has any pertinent to the rezoning of that,
No, Mayor,
so.
but she was close to her 3 minutes, so I felt prudent to let her
thank you.
finish.
This is a rezoning public hearing. Anybody in favor or against the rezoning, please identify yourself, ma'am, and name and address, and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Mayra Caridad Garcia, and I'm with Remax Property Group, and I represent the seller of this property. A background in economic development, and so I was on the meeting, and so were many of the other individuals that have spoken here today. We were just at the planning and zoning meeting via Zoom. So a couple of things that were expressed was the visibility and how it was going to affect the neighborhood. And I want to make sure that we all understand, probably from the pictures that you saw, that today there is a densely landscape. I mean, it's not professionally landscaped, but you have trees there, and it mimics a park and a retention pond. So already you have approximately 120 feet from the nearest neighbor to the end of the property. Beyond that, you see that they have designed a divider wall. And then the building, which is a very, very nice, aesthetically pleasing facility that is 200 feet past that. So we're talking about 320 feet from the nearest neighborhood. The visibility is not going to change because they're not going to tear down the trees. They're not going to get rid of the retention pond. The only thing that's going to change as far as the neighbors are concerned is that you'll have a company that has done site selection throughout the valley and chose the city of Mission because it has, and this site in particular, because it has a rail spur. Mission is designing a lot of its economic development strategies depending on rail traffic. And it's an important thing to have a welcoming disposition for investment in the community, and one that does take into consideration the neighbors and their concerns. These concerns have been addressed both in the design of the building and the plant, as well as in the already existing barrier. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this rezoning? If you want to approach the podium, please, if you want to say anything. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this rezoning? If you're in the audience, you want to approach the podium, this is the time to do so. I don't see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm going to ask for if there's anybody in this item in electronics. We don't have anybody in this. I'm going to close this public hearing for rezoning and ask the guidance of the council. Council?
Here, I would like to move for approval on this item.
Okay.
To rezone from general business to light industrial.
I was going to ask for the explanation. Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second? Do I hear a second? Ms. Ortega, do I hear a second? Motion dies on the floor due to elect a second. Do I hear another motion?
Yes, Mayor, I move to deny the request to rezone.
We have a motion on the floor to deny the request of the rezoning. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second, and this is open it for final discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
The motion passes 4-1. Am I correct, Ms. Ortega?
Yes.
For denial?
Yes, Mayor, I second it.
Thank you. Call for item number 10 in the planning department. Mr. De Luna, you have the floor, ma'am.
Item number 10 is a rezoning for a 14-acre tract of land, same being out of and forming part of portion of lot 31-3 West Addition to Sherryland, porciones 53 to 57, and a 20-acre tract of land out of lots 45 and 46 of Bellwoods Company Subdivision D, being a re-subdivision of lot 31-4 West Addition to Sherryland. This is from agricultural to R1 Single Family Residential. The applicant is Omar F. Garcia. If the council is inclined to approve this item, and adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located approximately a quarter-mile east of Los Ebanos Road, extending to Trosper Road. Surrounding zones include to the west and south is agricultural, to the east and north is the Palmhurst city limits and Palmhurst ETJ. The future land use map shows this area as low-density residential. The proposed zone complies with the future land use map and surrounding land uses. PNC and staff recommended approval of this item. This is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this rezoning? If you're in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. I do not see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm going to move for the electronic. Is there anybody that wants to participate in this public hearing from electronics? Charlie, there is? Don't know. Okay. Alex, no. I'm going to close this public hearing and ask for the guidance of the council.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. In this, I open it for final discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0 and it's ordinance 5061. Am I correct, Ms. Carrillo?
Yes, Mayor, that's correct.
And I'm calling for item number 11.
Item number 11 is a rezoning for an 8.9318 gross acre tract of land out of lot 266, Johnny Sherry subdivision. This is from AOI agricultural open interim to R1T townhouse residential. The applicant is F. Simon Texas LLC. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located 3/4 of a mile north of FM 495 along the west side of Taylor Road and north of the Edinburgh Main Canal. The surrounding zones include single-family residential to the north, agricultural to the east, to the west is single-family residential and agricultural, and to the south is agricultural and single-family residential. The future land use map shows this area as low density. The proposed zone does not comply with the city's future land use map nor surrounding land uses. The R1 would be a better neighbor for this area. P&Z and staff recommended denial. On this item, there was public opposition during the meeting. Their concerns voiced were that they would prefer homes and it would devaluate their property values. There's a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this rezoning? If you're in the audience, please approach the name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Mayor, council, my name is Alfred Denham, and I am the owner of the property. And my address is 3700 North 10th Street. That's my law office address, Suite 100, McAllen, Texas. I also have a residence now in Edinburgh, 13617 Edinburgh Barola Drive. And I'd like to share with you some thoughts on the sale of this property, which is pending rezoning. I did a feasibility study myself on putting in regular homes, and it wouldn't even come close to passing in terms of feasibility for purchasers and development and all the costs that go in with doing a responsible development. And I looked into it myself, so I know that to be a fact and true, or I would have done it myself. This thought didn't really occur to me. It's too big a project for someone like myself, even partnering with anyone else to do. So I applaud the folks, prospective buyers, and subject to approval of rezoning, then the sale will go through in a matter of weeks. And they intend to break ground immediately thereafter. Now, I did not attend the P&Z meeting. I intended to, but I was precluded. However, I did, it was posted here a few weeks ago, or maybe a month or so. I did attend that meeting and the agenda item was passed, but it was really fortuitous because I was able to meet with one of the ladies whose name escapes me right now. Maybe she's in attendance either here personally or electronically. And we discussed at length all the, concerns she had, and I shared with her my thoughts. And because I'd put a lot of thought into it myself, even before I met with the owners. And so after we'd already, reached an arrangement to a sale price, but they're going to put in, of course, for, flooding and all those purposes, the appropriate drainage and things, obviously curb and gutter and so forth. And then the street width, we know is going to be widened because the state has already taken, by condemnation, widths on both sides of the road to widen it into a much larger road, 4 lanes, plus a turning lane, I'm understanding, at the intersections. And so I think the highest and best use, my research on demand is that for upscale townhomes in a community like this, it's going to be a gated community, will improve the value and property around, improve, not diminish. Secondly, I also think that it will bring a lot of tax revenue into the city, so the city benefits as well. If there are any questions, I would certainly welcome those if I can answer them. I will. If I can't, I'll tell you I can't. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. I'd like to, may I introduce, Mayor, the prospective engineer and owners that are going to develop the property?
Yes, sir. They have the right to come up and get 3 minutes each.
Thank you, sir.
All they need to do is identify themselves and name and address, and then you have 3 minutes, sir. For the record, of course.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city manager. My name is Milo Salinas, and I reside in 2013 North 47th Street in McAllen, Texas. And we're the project engineers assisting Mr. Flores on this subject property that's located on Taylor. I just did want to include on there that even though on the planning and zoning map, there is no designated area for townhomes in the map overall. There is some townhomes that are coming in just south of there within less than 1,000 feet, but it's located on the McAllen side, on the east side of Taylor. I actually live close by there and do not have a problem with it. It's townhomes. They expect to make nice townhomes, $150,000 more or less as a restriction, approximately 1,400 square feet. And we have done a feasibility study. There's a drainage line along the west side of Taylor, running north to the Mission Lateral. Mission Lateral was just widened by the drainage district. So we see no issue with drainage, and we would be providing the detention that's required by the city and the drainage district as well. Water is also located along Taylor, and so sewer. We also met with Mr. Denham and one of the residents on the last meeting, and we would try to provide as much answers as we can, and just wanted to say that we feel like it's a good project, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Salinas. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this rezoning? If you're in favor or against, and you're in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. I don't see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm going to go to electronics. Sorry, we don't have anybody, Alex? No, I'm going to close this public hearing and ask for the guidance of the council.
Mayor, can I comment or ask a question before the motion is made?
Can you repeat it, ma'am? I'm sorry.
May I ask a question before? a
Yes,
motion
ma'am,
is made?
you
Okay.
have the floor, ma'am.
So my question is, were the same notifications mailed out that were previously
To the same residents,
to the
yes.
same residents?
Yes.
Okay, and there was supposed to be a meeting with the residents. Do you know if that happened?
The
According
applicant
to
was
the-
gonna meet with
he
them.
said
He met with them.
But there was a group of them, because there was quite a few of them here that night. No,
That, I don't know how many people they met with, but I know they had the meeting, and after they discussed with them, they asked this item to be placed again. So we did publish and we sent notices out.
okay. So more importantly, I want to just,
Yes, I understand.
for the record, that everyone was notified again.
Yes, ma'am.
As per the last discussion.
Yes.
And the current owner also notified us that he had a meeting with the families also.
Okay.
Any other question by any of the council? Ortega, you have a question?
No, Mayor, thank you so much.
Mayor, if there's no questions. I would like to move to approve the rezoning from agricultural open inland to townhouse residential.
Second.
We have a motion on the floor to go ahead and approve the change. And I have a second. I'll open it for discussion. Ms. Ortega, you had something to say?
No, Mayor, I also second it.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Any discussions? I'm gonna have to call for a hand vote, because it is one of those by policy that I have to call for a hand vote. So all those in favor, please raise your right hand. Ortega, I don't know, I can't see you, so just tell me right or no right.
I'm raising my right arm.
Okay, motion carries 5-0, and the reversal of the planning and zoning and staff is reversed and move forward. And item number 11 was approved. Ordinance number would be 5062. Am I correct? 5062. So it's been approved. Now call for item number 12. Ms. De Luna, you have the floor.
Item number 12 is a conditional use permit. This is for a drive-through service window for La Cruda at 1702 East Griffin Parkway, Suite A. This is being the east 51 feet of Lot 8B, Stewart Village, Phase 1. The property is currently zone C3 and the applicant is Silvia S. Luque. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located near the southeast corner of Stewart and FM 495 at the Stewart Village Commercial Plaza. Ms. Luque has leased a suite within the plaza for a ceviche snack bar with and would like to add a drive-through service window on the north side of the building. Access to the drive-through service window would be off of East Griffin Parkway, making an immediate right turn to the window. Customers will place the order in the window and will be directly to wait in the designated curbside parking stall. The dumpsters will be relocated to allow the use of the parking spaces. The hours of operation would be Tuesday to Sunday from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. She's proposing 2 employees plus the owner and manager. Parking is held in common. In this case, staff cannot support the request for the following reasons. There's not enough maneuvering space, incoming traffic would be blocked, and there's not enough room for cars to back out of the curbing stall. P&Z and staff recommended denial. There's a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? If you're in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. Name and address for the record, ma'am, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Sylvia Luque. I'm the owner of the business. We had a business before, La Chivis, and one of the reasons that we closed, it was because of the pandemic. It was so hard for us to deliver. So that's why we like the property on the end because of the window. We asked him to give us a chance. If we see that they would not work and we see they create a conflict, we're willing to shut it down, but give us the opportunity because apparently there's another virus new coming out and we don't want to have to close again. So we're just asking for, give us a chance. If it doesn't work, we're willing to shut it down. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against the conditional use permit? If there's anybody in the audience, please approach and give us your name and address, and you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Sharon Ellison, 1604 East 23rd and a half Street, Mission, Texas. I live fairly close to that, and you can see by one of the pictures, there's no room for anybody to put a drive-through window there. The Dollar General truck drives through there to go through there. You have no room to back out. It's just an accident waiting to happen. We discussed it at length during the planning commission. I know the lady says, give me a chance. Yeah, we'll give them a chance, and then it stays there, and then you have an accident. I'm not saying the lady, I'm sure her intentions are very good. I can read people, and she has good intentions. But I'm worried about the traffic. It's such a hard turn there. You're gonna have the bingo place there. You're gonna have everything else. And when it says to go in, you have to go all the way out to Stripes to come around for that drive-through. There's no closer place, and it's a hard ride into the place. And I understand she wants to try to keep herself afloat, but I wish you would not give her a chance for the drive-through. I don't care about the restaurant. Her restaurant, which is coming up next, that's okay, but not a drive-through. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? If you're in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. I do not see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm going to ask for electronic. Is there anybody in electronics? Charlie? No? No. I will close this public hearing and ask for the guidance from the council. Council?
Can you see that slide, the one where the diagram, that one?
I guess my question would be, where would the third vehicle get lined up?
There wouldn't be, it would be backing out to the main entrance. That's, if it's too short, that's the reason why there's not enough space for a third vehicle there.
Mayor, I would like to approve the denial from planning and zoning and staff.
We have a motion on the floor to approve the denial from planning and zoning and staff. Do I hear a second?
Second, Mayor.
We have a second, and this open it for discussion. Any of the council members want to discuss further? I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. The item is approved for denial by the vote of 5-0. And I'm calling for item number 13.
Item number 13 is a conditional use permit for the sale and on-site consumption of alcoholic beverages for La Cruda. This is at the same location, 1702 East Griffin Parkway, Suite 8, being the east 51 feet of Lot 8B, Stewart Village, Phase 1. The property is currently Zone C3 and the applicant is Silvia S. Luque. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance for the CUP and for the wet zone will be required. The subject site is located near the southeast corner of Stewart and FM 495 at the Stewart Village Commercial Plaza. Ms. Luque has leased a suite with the plaza for a ceviche snack bar and would like to offer alcohol with her meals. Days and hours of operation is Tuesday to Sunday from 11 to 8 p.m. Alcoholic beverages will only be served during allowable state selling hours. This proposal does not have a drinking bar component and would not be open after 8. Since the sale of alcohol does not seem to be the primary intent, staff does not object to this proposal. P&Z and staff recommended approval for a period of 2 years, at which time the applicant will have to renew the CUP and TABC license, compliance with any building, fire, health codes, and the acquisition of a business license. There's a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? If you're in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. I do not see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm going to move over to electronics. And we have no, Alex, we have no, I will close this public hearing and ask for the guidance of the council.
I move to approve the recommendation of approval from planning and zoning and staff.
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second? We have a second. This I open it for discussion. Call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 13 is approved 5-0, and it's ordinance number 5063. And I'm calling for item number 14.
Excuse me, Mayor, we need the wet zone also, which would be 5064. There's two ordinances.
Okay, was that in your motion? Was that in his motion?
Yes.
For two ordinances?
The way it was approved by our planning and zoning staff.
So it's 5063 and 5064. Approved, am I correct?
Yes,
Mr. Martinez?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Carrillo?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. Item number 14.
Item number 14 is a conditional use permit to place 7 complementary storage units, pods to be used as dining and beverage areas for Ricardo's Restaurant Mobile Food Truck. This is at 2224 East Business Highway 83, being a tract of land containing 1.08 acres of land being part or portion of Lot 204 Johnny Sherry subdivision. The property is currently Zone C4, heavy commercial, and the applicant is Esperanza Serna. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located on the southwest corner of Glenwood Avenue and East Business Highway 83. The primary business is Ricardo's Restaurant. City Council recently approved a CUP to place a mobile food truck on the southwest corner of the property for the sale of tacos, hamburgers, and beer. However, the applicant would like to add 5 10x20, 2 10x60 storage containers to be used, 1 for beverage area, 1 for unisex handicap restrooms with AC, and 5 as dining areas to complement the recently approved mobile food trucks. The applicant wants to develop an outside eating venue with 1 business. The applicant assures staff that this would not be a food truck park. Access to the site is from 224-foot driveway off of Business Highway 83. The hours of operation would be Monday to Saturday from 4 to 11, which would not interfere with the restaurant. Parking is held in common with the current business. Staff notes that this venue will not allow other food trucks. The containers will be primarily used for dining areas, although they envision other uses in the future, such as art exhibits, farmers markets, escape room, activity room. They fully understand that if they were to do some other activities, they would have to get their proper permits. PNC and staff recommended approval for a period of 1 year to assess this new operation, compliance with all city codes, including fire, health, anti-ABC requirements, and comply with landscaping regulations. This is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? If you're in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. Name
Good
and address
afternoon.
for the record, and you have 3
Good
minutes. ma'am.
afternoon. Maria Esther Peña Salinas, 715 Miller. I really like that. That's nice. I just want to mention that everything there needs to be ADA compliant because I was seeing some of the structures and the going up. There needs to be more ramps and make sure that if it is approved, which I do like that concept, all those bathrooms need to be ADA because that's a problem I'm seeing in these food truck. There's not enough bathrooms and especially for people in wheelchairs. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against the conditional use permit, please state your name and the address, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
Mayor, Council. My name is Felipe Cavazos, 1601 Palazzo, Mission, Texas. Everything is ADA compliant. And we even have imposed our own decibel for no loud music or anything like that. We have hours that are gonna be not late. We have to close by 11. We had gotten this approved last time, and I just want to say Ms. Ortega voted against it. And I am actually seeing everything that she said, you know. I agree with her. This is not a food truck park. This is one owner. We're doing a park with one food truck. Okay, so it's going to be very nice.
Good. Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? If there's anybody in the audience at this time, to please approach the podium at this time. In favor or against, please.
I am so happy, Sharon Ellison, that this gentleman who owns a restaurant would set his own decibel level and consider everybody's feelings. You know, that was a very nice gentleman who said, I have my own decibel level. I'm gonna set it and I'm gonna be cooperative. I wish the rest of these, which the agenda is coming up, would do, but I really appreciate, sir, your comments.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? Anybody in the audience at this time, please approach the podium. I don't see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm going to ask for electronics. We have no electronics, so I'm going to close this public hearing and ask guidance from the council.
Mayor, move approval.
We have a motion on the floor to approve. Do we have a second? And this I open it for discussion. I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0, Ms. Ortega.
Mayor, just
Yes,
to be
Mayor.
sure, the ADA requirements will be in place, right?
He already declared there, that he hasn't, and, you know, and I know he's a very responsible individual for our city, you know, and we appreciate you. You know, so. Ordinance with 5065. 5065 is the approval of the ordinance. 5-0, and calling for item number 15. Ms. De Luna, you have the floor.
Item number 15 is a conditional use permit to keep a storage container pot for the sale and outside consumption of alcoholic beverage. This is for Brick Fire Express at 801 North Bryan Road, B3. This is Lot 1, Tamkin subdivision. It's currently zoned industrial, and the applicant is Brick Fire Express LLC. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located at the southwest corner of Bryan Road and Business Highway 83. The applicant has placed an 8x20 storage container pot within the Seat Mobile Food Park and would like to use it as a mobile food unit with the option to offer alcoholic beverage with their meals. Their employees, they're proposing 3 hours of operation is Thursday from 4 to 10, Friday from 4 to 11, Saturday from 2 to 12 a.m., and Sunday from 2 to 10. Parking is held in common. For the sale of alcohol, such uses needs to be 300 feet from residential uses. There are no such uses within the radius. PNC and staff recommended approval for a period of 2 years, at which time the applicant would need to renew their CUP and their TABC license. They must continue to comply with building, fire, and health codes and the acquisition of a new business license for this unit. It is noted that they currently have a mobile food unit. If this storage container is approved, they will be removing the storage unit and just leaving the pot. There's a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit, please address the podium at this time from the audience. I do not see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm gonna ask for electronics. No electronics, Alex? I'm going to close this public hearing and ask for the guidance of the council.
Want to approve?
We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second, and this I open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0, and it's ordinance 5066. 5066, and I'm calling for item number 16. Ms. Luna, you have the floor.
Item number 16 is a conditional use permit to keep a mobile food unit for Heiko Barbecue Company. This is at 2406 East Griffin Parkway. This is lots 2 to 14 Northeast Junction. The property is currently zone C3 General Business, and the applicant is Christopher Mendiola. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The subject site is located approximately a quarter of a mile off of the southeast corner of Sherry Road and East Griffin Parkway. The applicant has placed a 30-foot food truck within the Skindoo parking lot for the sale of barbecue. Access to the property is off of a 28-foot driveway cut along the East Griffin Parkway. He's proposing 2 employees. Hours of operation would be Wednesday to Sunday from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. There are currently 28 existing parking spaces shared with other business. A field visit revealed that the applicant placed a mobile food unit along the west side of the building, blocking 3 parking spaces, leaving 25 parking spaces available for a total of 3 businesses, including his. Staff notes that the food truck is currently in operation without the proper permits. Also, allowing the food truck to remain at this location, there won't be enough maneuvering space for incoming vehicles. PNC and staff recommended denial. There's a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this request? If anybody from the audience, please approach the podium at this time. Identify yourself, name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Christopher Mendiola. I am the owner operator of the food truck. My address is 2303 East 20th Street, Mission, Texas. I've been a resident of Mission and the Sharyland community for over 15 years. That's nearly half my life. Bought this trailer, and I would like to say that those photos are misinterpretation. I said I didn't understand that I had to go through planning and zoning first. So I went through the health department, got the health inspection, got that passed, went through the fire department, got the fire inspection passed through the fire marshal, had to get stuff included in the trailer, had investments in this. Like I said, was open during the hours of operation, but I'm not the only one on that list open during the hours of operation who without a permit. So I would like to add, I did go over my head a bit. I would like to invest, we would be invested in this trailer. Like I said, at the planning and zoning committee, you hear the term earlier, concepts, about the other food parks and other, food vendors and stuff like that. This is a concept, food trucks being parked at pubs and bars, with early hours of operation to bring, like I said, at the Planning and Zoning Committee, different demographics to the city. The city's getting younger, and people like me who did go off and leave and did come back, after 7 years of being gone from the city, came back to happy, to come back to the town that I grew up in that gave so much to me. I would like to come back and give back to it. And that's what I'd like to say. Thank you.
Thank you. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? If you're at the audience, please approach the podium. Name and address, and you have
Hello,
3 minutes.
Mayor Cañas and council members. My name is Vicente Solano, and I reside at 3108 Melody Lane in Mission, Texas for many, many years, and my sons too. The reason I did want to say a few words to you all is that Christopher, he went off to college. He actually lived all his life when he could here, and he went off to college, Texas State, and he studied animal science over there, and he was gonna go work with the USDA, with the government and everything. He got a job at one of the top 10 barbecue places, I just tell you, in the state of Texas. That's pretty big. And he actually, the owner really, really liked him and he had him open up a meat market so he could run it. So he was buying all the meat for this famous barbecue place and running the meat market over there. But it's hard, like he said, he always wanted to come down here to the valley and come back when one of our, Mission sons, Valley sons, and do this here. And he's learning how to do this. We're involved in different businesses, but we've never had a food truck. So we don't really know how to operate that. And like he said, maybe he made a few mistakes that maybe he shouldn't have, but he didn't know. I know unwittingly, but he didn't want to, we told him, hey, well, we have other opportunities like in FAR, in McAllen, Edinburgh, but he didn't want to. He wanted to be in Mission, and I think that with your guys' help, he does need some guidance from you all and not crushed, because the owner of that restaurant, believe it or not, in Lubbock, he wants him back. But we want for him to stay. I don't know if you've ever tasted his brisket. It's like butter, like marshmallow, so it's really, really, really good. But he learned that over there by running that place, was famous in Texas, So I think we really want to keep him here in the Valley, and maybe he needs some help from you all, because when we've been involved in business ourselves over the years, we have been fortunate to receive help from council members, the mayors, just the city in general. And I think that's one of the reasons that we have managed our family to be successful here in the Valley, doing that kind of work and being in business. So we would appreciate any help for him, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit? If you're in the audience, please approach the podium at this time. I don't see anybody else approaching the podium at this time, so I'm going to ask the electronics. We have none. We have none. I'm going to close this public hearing, and I'm going to ask the council for guidance.
Mayor, if I could ask a question before we vote to Ms. Susie?
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Ortega, and then Mr. Plata, I'll have you on standby.
Okay. Susie, I know that there is another establishment within the city of Mission that has a food truck outside of their business, but it was applied by the actual, I think it's a grocery store over there. Would there be a difference if Skin-Do applied for the permit to have this gentleman there?
No, actually, the problem that we don't have a problem with the truck. The problem is there's not enough maneuvering space. That's the problem that we see. Not so much the truck. If he would find an alternative location where, one, he would not be blocking parking, or the maneuvering space, or he had more maneuvering space, that wouldn't be an issue. That's the only concern we see.
Mayor.
Hold on, Ms. Ortega, do you have any other questions? Are you satisfied with the answer?
And have we tried to work with Christopher in reference to where he will be able to put the truck on that? Because obviously the owner wants him there. So have we met with him to maybe work out a different plan so that he'll be able to continue with his business there?
The problem is the location. The location requires for them to have a certain amount of parking spaces. If he leaves it there, he's already removing 3 for the 3 businesses. So it limits the number of parking spaces that should be available for the businesses.
What is the minimum requirement of parking for that facility?
It depends on the square footage of the building.
Well,
I believe he has,
is it-
it's a
is it
total of
20
28, and they have a total of 28, not blocking those.
Okay.
If they,
So
if
so the
they-
number is 28, it's not 23, and he's okay.
it should be 28. Currently, he's blocking 3, so they currently have 25. And they should have a total of 28.
Can I ask? a
Hold on,
que- In reference to the
let
parking.
me finish with Ms. Ortega. Ms. Ortega,
She answered my question. Thank you, Mayor.
okay, any other, Ms. Ortega?
No.
Mr. Plata, you have the floor.
Yeah,
Then
we
Mr.
just-
Vela, and then
We're just wondering what was the main reason for denial. I think it's something that we want in mission for the citizens. But I think the parking is kind of very narrow there. I go by there a lot. And then they keep too more spaces. So it's like Councilman Ortega says, have we offered them another alternative, another?
We suggested he check with the economic development, and he did. He says he already did, but since they already have a barbecue place, that's why he's not allowed there. We asked him to look for any other location that has more parking, that if he blocks anything, it wouldn't affect. But for that location, the parking is limited. That's what doesn't help.
Mr. Plata, you,
Is there something that, is that your requirement? We cannot have two of the same.
yeah, for the public, then,
Yes, Daniel Silva, 801 North Bryan Road, Mission, Texas, at the C Building. The way that we run the park is we try to keep only one food vendor per food type to eliminate the competition and provide variety.
thank you, Mr. Silva. Mr. Plata, you're next. Mr. Vela, you have the floor, sir.
I was just gonna ask, I see like a little bit of grassy area in the back. Maybe, I don't know if you would be able to fit or not.
I'm sorry, where?
Like in the back, like he gets off the parking spaces and kind of
Again,
angles in the
Section
aerial.
of, parking?
Right here towards where the arrow is, just keep going downwards.
that
See that
corner.
little corner?
It's very narrow.
Oh,
The maneuvering space, and actually, we asked the fire department, and it suggested, would it be feasible for them to leave it there, and the maneuvering space, that's what,
oh.
So that was
it's narrow, the area.
Fire
there,
department said no?
They wouldn't recommend because of the area for vehicles. 2 vehicles won't be able to pass at the same time or exit out. So that's the only concern that we have.
Thank you. Mr. Vela, any other questions?
That was it.
Ms. Garza, you have the floor, man.
I'm wondering if maybe it's possible to have the neighbor to the, I guess that would be to the east, allow them to park or have 3 spaces in their parking area. With that, because it looks like a common, it looks like a common space, common parking space, but it's not because they're individual lots, right?
They're individual lots, so
Okay.
each one has their own
Right, right.
parking.
But would that be an option?
We would just need to make sure how many parking spaces they would need to have for the businesses that they have at that location. But if he does, he would need to reapply for that specific location.
Could we approve the conditional
gonna say.
use?
I was gonna tell her unless we get an approval here with
Uh-huh.
conditions,
Well, yeah.
which is what you're looking for.
Right.
If he-
Approve the conditional use permit, subject to him some way somehow getting an additional 3 spaces. Maybe he can, there can even be some stack parking instead of angle or I guess kind of like, that would be parallel parking, right? Oh,
Yeah.
Under the trees, maybe? I don't know if that's a possibility. But I would, that would be my motion to,
I'm not the motion yet. I want to
Okay.
make sure that all the council members
just-
express their opinion.
just letting you know how I'm thinking. it.
If I may, the only thing that if he parks under that's the entrance from Griffin Parkway, so it would be blocking, 2 cars would not fit there.
You wouldn't be able to get 2 cars in there?
No, you wouldn't.
He would?
If it's on the east side where the trees are, is that where
Under
you're?
the trees, yes. Yes.
So what's he saying is to have
possibly to offset those 3 parking spaces along the tree line, kind of parallel, if
Right.
there's enough, where the food truck is gonna be on the opposite side to do parallel parking along the tree line.
We would actually have to go out there and work
Right,
out something,
and-
but we
and I
could-
understand
it's
that.
something that we can work out.
Okay.
Any other discussion?
No, I just.
I
think
just
it's a-
want to express my take, and it's just basically the same take that you is that I'm going to ask the council to go ahead and approve it under conditions, and the conditions to go back and study to see if there is a way that he can operate there. You know, I see vehicles in the back of the, you know, I don't know if those vehicles, you see the red vehicle?
Yes.
You know, I don't know how many parking spaces you can develop there, you know, study the area and the same thing, look at with the neighbor next on the right, on my right, I don't know about how it is over there, but my right, you know, you know, find out what their minimum standards are. I counted the parking spaces and they are 28 exactly. You know, but on the right side, I don't know what the minimum size is, but they could work something out with them or something out in the back. You know, in the back, and to study it, just look at the whole holistic area and see if you can work something out. You know, and you know, and it is just, that's my take. At this time, I'll take Ms. Garza, do your motion that you wanna.
I'll second that motion.
Well, let her state the motion exactly what
Yes.
conditions she wants to do.
My motion is to approve the conditional use permit as requested, subject to the finding of 3 spaces some way, somehow. There's some grassy areas right at the corner of the building, which could possibly be changed into parking spaces instead of.
You go back to
grassy
the
areas.
owner and Mr. Plata, you recognize as your second. And this I open it for final discussion. Any final comments?
If I may, we would just need to get clearance from the fire department and make sure, because they're the ones that would need to have access to.
Yes,
that area.
I mean, not only the
We can
fire
work
department,
with it.
anybody else on the agent of the city that they need to adhere to, you know, because we're not giving him any variances, you know. We're just giving him the condition that a space, you know, as far, but he made his presentation that the fire department had already given him a permit to allow. So if that's already been cleared, then just have another inspection in.
Okay.
And once they decide where it's gonna, and I'm gonna call for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. Raise your right hand, please, just because it is a reversible. Raise your right hand. You know, Ms. Ortega, you have your right hand?
Mayor, I'm raising my right hand, but I'm wondering when I can stop by so I can get one of those delicious brisket sandwiches that his father just said.
Okay.
No samples today?
You know, I can tell you what the way it was described and the way I've tasted it before. You know, I've known the family for a long time, you know, when they were kids and the other generation and so forth. So they're good cooks. I can tell you that much from experience.
Good
So,
luck, congratulations.
Motion carries 5-0 and ordinance number is going to be 5067 for the record. You know, and you have the conditions on file. So without further ado, I'm going to call item number 17.
Item number 17 is a conditional use permit renewal for the sale and on-site consumption of alcoholic beverages for the Whistling Duck. This is at 1603 East Griffin Parkway. This is lots 10 and 11, Block 3, Sherry Garden subdivision. The property is currently zone C3 and the applicant is Whistling Duck Inc. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The 5274 square foot establishment is located near the northwest corner of Garden View Drive and Griffin Parkway. The applicant has been in operation at this location since September of 2017, is requesting renewal of its conditional use permit for the sale of alcohol. This CUP was last approved by PNC on July 22, 2019 for a period of 2 years. They are a family restaurant offering weekend brunch and dinner options. They have a full bar and offer a variety of domestic and craft beers. The revised hours of operation would be Tuesday and Wednesday from 7 a.m. to 10 p.m., Thursday from 7 a.m. to 12 a.m., Friday and Saturday from 7 a.m. to 1 a.m., and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. They revised their hours because they're proposing to offer brunch or breakfast. Their staff, they have 10 to 15 employees during different shifts. Parking, there are 119 parking spaces which are held in common. Section 6.4 of the zoning code states this request is, which requires that no alcoholic beverage be sold within 300 foot of any church, public or private school or public hospital. There are none of these land uses within the above radius. Measure door to door for public, for church or hospital, measure lot to line from schools. For sale of alcohol, such uses need to be 300 feet from residential uses. There are some residents within the radius, thus a waiver of separation needs to be considered. Staff knows that there have been several complaints regarding noise in the past, so an additional sound buffer would be required to address this concern. DNC and staff recommended approval for a period of 2 years, at which time the applicant will need to renew his CUP and TABC license. No objection to the waiver of the 300-foot separation requirement from residential homes, must comply with building, fire, and health codes, and the installation of additional sound buffer. This is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
So this is a public hearing. Is there anyone here that would like to speak in opposition or in favor of the item listed?
Lost the mayor, is he coming back? The mayor. Okay. Sharon Ellison, 1604 East 23rd Manhattan Street. Would you go back to that slide that shows the back of the place outside? No, more in the back. My house is directly behind that. Okay. I have in my hand 4 police reports that I did in the last, a month or so regarding the sound when their bands play. When these people, you gave them the first license, they said there would be no live music. It would be ambient music. Then they brought in the bands. Those hours that they gave you, they are not operating in those hours and have never operated those hours. They do not have that many people on staff. They have less than 10 people max. They operate 5 to 10, 5 to 11 on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Friday, they operate 5 to 12. Saturday, 5 to 12, Sunday, 10 to 3. That's what their operating hours have been and still have been. I have no reason to make a complaint except I cannot live with that boom, 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 boom noise from 7 o'clock or 8 o'clock on Wednesdays or Thursdays or Fridays or Saturdays. They have not done anything with the acoustics inside. It's a cracker box. They are not like the gentleman, Mr. Ricardo over there that cares. I have spoken to them. I have brought their band over to my house and said, come inside and listen to my walls vibrate. That was an adult daycare center. You allowed that to happen in the Planning Commission and the City Council. You allowed that. I've been here to every meeting whenever you send me a letter that there's something going on. They can have their beer and wine, but you need to give them conditions on noise ordinances. That's why I told you the decibels. You've got 3 decibel readers in the City of Mission Police Department. They need to have the exact decibel reading that you're gonna be able to cite them with. Because otherwise they're not gonna care. They'll pay the ticket or whatever. They have a citation. And I heard the guy say, well, I'm gonna fight that citation. Well, it would be very easy if they would cooperate with somebody and say, okay, the bands are not gonna be that loud. Okay? They just need to cooperate. I have to call the police department all the time whenever the band is loud. It's a ridiculous thing to have to do, but the officer says, okay, you've got to let us know. We've got the decibel readers. You've got to, as a city, figure out what to do so that you can cite them. That place is too close to my house. There's a church there. It's within 100 feet. You should have never allowed that kind of a business there. I know you don't care, but I care, and I'll stay there until I don't stay there anymore. My time is up, but I would appreciate you giving them some conditions about the sound and the music. That would at least benefit me a little bit. Okay, thank you.
Hello, my name is Jaime Morales. I'm here on behalf of the Whistling Duck. The business address is 1603 East Griffin Parkway, Mission, Texas, 78572. Residents, 2305 Fairmont Avenue in McAllen, 78504. Basically, with respect to the sound ordinance, we've actually been asking for one, basically since we opened. There's a lot of, the current ordinance actually says the person of ordinary sensibilities. We've only had one person ever complain on us. So I've talked to the police. On Saturday, I called them. I said, look, come out here, listen, tell us if you think this is acceptable or not. Do the decibel reading. If she calls and we're higher than that, then give us a ticket. But we need something, some sort of guidance, someone who's arbitrary or someone who just has a fixed number, and that's what we're asking for. So that's what the officer did. And until that decibel reading comes in, that's kind of our intention. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, we're gonna call when we start playing music, ask them, just tell us how loud, what do you think is reasonable, and we'll stay there. And we don't have a problem doing that. Like I said, we've been asking for it since we opened, and my understanding is moving closer, but COVID has affected things. The hours that we have listed are the hours that we hope to, because this is supposedly going to go on for at least 2 more years, this CUP. So our intention is to open for brunch. We were open for lunch. The pandemic hit, we reduced our hours. Right now, we're basically still in survival mode. We're hoping to extend our hours again, but restaurants right now, there's problems with staffing, getting people to come in and work. And so we're just trying to kind of hope Winter Texans come down because they're a good source of our income. Because we're not a wild, crazy place. We never have been. Our clientele is pretty much 35 and over and families. Our request, and we're fine with, our issue with the sound buffer is you still haven't given us a rule to follow. So as soon as that rules comes in, we'll follow it. If we can't, then we'll have to do what we need to do. We just don't want to spend money needlessly if there's something that's going to be changed. With respect to hours, basically, we would be fine with putting limits as far as when any musical act or DJ can come in on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. We have no problem not having anyone after 10 p.m. On Thursdays, no music after 11 p.m. and or music or DJ. And Friday and Saturday, we're fine closing or stopping that at midnight. Again, if there's a rule, we'll follow it. On Sunday, I was hoping we're hoping to be able to stay open till 1. Sometimes we host UFC or there's certain things that go on past midnight. We don't have to kick people out. Again, we don't have a problem with having no music after that time. On Sundays, I don't think I had it in our application, but I was hoping to get permission for 7 a.m. to 2 p.m. and we would have no music or DJ or anything after 7 p.m. Right now, we're only open from 10 to 3 for brunch. But again, this is not the actual hours we're open. This is what we're hoping to be able to do. Thank you.
Go ahead. You want to take?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, you have the floor.
Marisa Peña Salinas, let me give another address, 3318 Compton, here in Mission. I pay a lot of taxes. I heard several items here that I've heard again continuous about noise. You know, the Constitution of the United States says we have a right for quiet and peace. Whether it's one person complaining or a whole cluster, that's irrelevant. Constitution says you have a right for quiet and peace. Now, I also heard this person from McAllen who works in Mission says, if there's a rule, we will follow it. You're an official, you're an attorney, you're a pharmacist. If there's a rule, we will follow it. So that makes who look bad? The city of Mission, because even if you have rules, you don't follow them. You know the situations we've had with the ice house, and thank God, praise the Lord, it's not working. I mean, headaches, getting us sick. It's incredible. When she started boom, 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 oh my God, I started remembering the noise that was created because people have to drink alcohol. I'm sorry, I don't drink. And then I've heard people saying, well, you have a problem. We like music. No.
Mayor.
You have a right for quiet and
Yes, sir.
peace. So I'm
I'm
against.
sorry,
Hold
Member.
on, hold on. Ms.
This is a public hearing regarding this location, and I believe Ms. Salinas is going off and talking about.
I'm sorry, sir.
It's a public hearing regarding the Whistling Duck and its CUP.
And I'm saying, if you're going to allow alcohol, then no music. Don't violate the rights of the citizens. Yeah, unless you're living across the street, it's not affecting you or your families. So no, I'm against it.
Thank you, Ms. Salinas. This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor against this conditional use permit renewal? Anybody in the audience at this time, please approach the podium. I don't see anybody approaching the podium at this time, so I'm going to ask for electronics. Is there anybody in electronics on this item? Okay, thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for guidance from the council.
Mayor, I'd like to ask a question.
Go ahead, ma'am. You have the
What is
floor.
the expiration of the current conditional use permit?
For the current,
Mhm.
it would have expired this month.
At the end of August?
Yes. What we were trying, or what we were council to do is to expire the same as their TABC license. And their TAB license expired, it actually expires on July 5th of 2023.
Of what?
2023.
2023.
We're just renewing.
Usually, we approve them every 2 years, so they be in conjunction with their TABC license.
So right now, it's offset, basically.
Their license is good till the 2023. It's his conditional use permit that would have expired.
And that expires when? Again, I'm sorry.
The end of this month. Till
August 31st.
Yes.
Any other questions?
Aren't we having a P and Z meeting tomorrow in reference to this item? Would it?
But if I may, what we're considering right now is the sale and on-site consumption of alcohol. We could consider the noise or re-see it, but the actual item that we're factoring right now is only the alcohol, the sale of alcohol.
Yes. And we need to stay
Good.
focused on the agenda item.
So could we say approve it subject to any future changes to the ordinance in
If they
reference to
would
the
need comply,
decibels?
Yes, we can certainly do that.
Because I think that's one of the,
Is
I mean,
that
that
okay?
is the biggest
Well,
concern.
it's not subject to the noise ordinance because that's not under consideration right now. And for the record, they have been cited, I think, twice already for the noise and yes. Yeah, they were cited, yeah. So,
Well, that's what I'm saying,
since it's
future.
a CUP for the alcohol, you really can't make it conditional on something else.
Well, I don't know.
But we.
Conditional use permits, we can put any, I feel we can do any kind of
Yes, we can. We could
conditions
put-
to it.
We could limit, we could put conditions. That's why it's conditional.
Right.
We can.
And I think. And I think that would make the neighborhood comfortable knowing that
Right.
we're working on, as a matter of fact, we're having a meeting tomorrow. Hopefully we'll come to a conclusion on that. And this conditional use permit could be subject to whatever's gonna be passed tomorrow as far as the decibel readings are concerned. McAllen is 75. Just FYI, huh?
Well, we're getting off the.
Yeah, we're
agenda
getting into a
item.
noise discussion
Let's
here.
go- Bring it back forward into the conditional use permit renewal of sale and on-site consumption of alcohol beverages. That's, I need to bring you back to the agenda item.
Well, Mayor, I've been discussing that. I mean,
I'm asking for guidance from the council.
well, I would move to approve the conditional use permit as presented, subject to the decibel ordinance the future decibel ordinance that will be in place.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Just want to make sure from Mr. Martinez that it's okay for us to continue.
It's okay with the understanding that if there is some change in the ordinance for the noise and in non-compliance, he'll be subject to a citation under the law of the ordinance.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I feel strongly about moving towards a limit on decibel.
Okay, and this, I open it for any questions from the council. Calling for a vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. Motion carries a 5-0 vote. Am I correct, Ms. Ortega?
Yes, Mayor, I just want to echo that I think it's very important for us, even though the ordinance isn't part of it right now, it's one of the two, because people will like to go to this establishment to drink and listen to music. And I think it's imperative with our meeting tomorrow that we make a final decision on what that is. And I did get a call that they did get a ticket on Saturday for the noise. And so I commend Mission PD for going out there and doing their job and citing them. And I hope that in the future we'll have a decimal number for them.
Yes, I just hate to have businesses committed to an ordinance that we haven't even passed yet. You know, so, but I'll go ahead and vote in favor of it also. And so if ordinance 5068 is approved 5-0, you know, and I'll open it for item number 18.
Item number 18 is a conditional use permit renewal for drive-through service window for Theo Jerry Supermarket located at 4009 North Inspiration Road. This is lot 9, block 5, Taurus Estate subdivision number 9, phase 1. This property is currently zoned C2 neighborhood commercial and the applicant is Gerardo Chapa Jr. If the council is inclined to approve this item, an adoption of an ordinance will be needed. The 3,728 square foot building is located on the northwest corner of Inspiration and Azalea Street. The CUP to access the drive-through service window was granted for Theo Jerry's on July 13, 2020 for a period of 1 year. The applicant is seeking to renew his CUP. The site has a 30-foot access off of Inspiration and a 24-foot access to an alley of Azalea. Drive-through customers primarily use the Azalea alley access in order to utilize the drive-through service window. The location of the window allows for enough stacking of up to at least 3 vehicles. Hours of operation would be Monday to Sunday from 7 to 9 p.m. They currently have 7 employees parking. They're required to have 12. They have a total of 24. PNC and staff recommended approval for a period of 2 years. This is a public hearing. This item is now before you.
This is a public hearing. Anybody in favor or against this conditional use permit renewal? Anybody from the audience, if at this time, please approach the podium. I don't see anybody approaching the podium at this time, and this I'm going to ask for electronics. We have nobody, Alex. Oh, no, I will close this public hearing and ask for the guidance of the council. We have a motion to approve. Do I hear a second? We have a second, and this I open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0, and it's ordinance number 5069. Ordinance number 5069.
Thank you.
I'm going to be calling for consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered routine by the city council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items unless a councilman requests an item to be removed and considered separately. The city council may take various actions, including but not limited to rescheduling an item in its entirety for a future date or time. The city council may elect to go into executive session on any item, whether or not such item is posted as an executive session item at any time during the meeting when authorized by the provision of the Open Meeting Act. Consent agenda item 19, consent agenda item number 20. I am pulling out consent agenda item number 21. Consent agenda item number 22, consent agenda item number 23, consent agenda item number 24 with resolution number 1740, consent agenda item number 25, consent agenda item number 26, consent agenda item number 27, 28, 29, 30, and 31. At this time, I'm going to ask the council to see if there's any other items besides the one that I just pulled out that you want to pull up.
Well,
Hold on, we have a,
I'd like to pull 27, just for a little clarification on what that is.
okay. I'm pulling out item, number 27. Okay, you have the floor, sir.
Yeah, I want to approve the consent agenda items with exception on number 27.
Do I hear a second? We have a second. Any final discussion for the last to pull out in the agenda, consent agenda item? Okay, I'm gonna call for a vote for consent agenda item 19, 20, 22, 23, 24 with resolution number 17, 40, 25, 26, 28, 29, 30, and 31. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed, same sign. Motion carries number, and it's 5-0 on all the consent agenda items for the record. And I'm pulling item number 21 and requesting no action on this item. Am I correct, staff?
That is correct, Mayor. They have not submitted their subdivision plans yet, so we can approve the agreement.
Am I correct, Mr. Luna? Yes, okay. So item number 21 has no action for the record, and I'm calling for item number 27. Ms. Lerma, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Item number 27 is authorization to modify scope to include door enhancement to the enhanced lighting project at the Mission Event Center. As you know, we brought the lighting project a couple of weeks ago for approval. And so what this one is, it's modification to provide better access to our guests by providing an entrance area with an automatic push button. So this would be located on the northwest corridor entrance of the Mission Event Center.
So it's a push button to open the door.
Correct.
Oh, okay. All right.
Ms.
I
Garza,
thought
only-
we're getting more light for the actual
No.
door.
Ms. Garza, you have all your questions answered?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I move for
Uh,
approval.
And we have a motion to approve, all in second. We have a second, and this is open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 27 is approved 5-0. And I'm going to approvals and authorizations, and I'm going to ask for item number 32. Mr. Dominguez, Chief, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Item number 32 is authorization to enter into an interlocal agreement between the City of Mission and the City of Palm to provide temporary housing of prisoners. The Mission Police Department agrees to make use of their holding facility for prisoners of the Palm Police Department, subject to the availability of space based on the facility's capacity. The interlocal is for the temporary housing and detention of prisoners awaiting arraignment. The temporary housing of prisoners will be at a cost of $54 per person per day. The cost includes detention, transportation, and meals. The term of the agreement is for 1 year commencing on October the 1st, 2021, and ending on September the 30th of 2022. Staff and city manager recommend approval for this item.
Mayor, I move to approve.
We have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second, and this is open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. On item number 33, before Chief, you addressed that. I need to move the item to Ms. Ortega. Ms. Ortega, you need to take over because I have a conflict of interest in item number 33. So you need to take the lead on this, Ms. Ortega, and I cannot
Mayor.
vote for the record. Yes,
Okay,
go
Mayor.
ahead.
Next item is authorization to enter into an interlocal agreement between the City of Mission and the City of Piñitas to provide temporary housing for prisoners. Chief Dominguez?
Yes, on this item, the Mission Police Department agrees to make use of their holding facility for prisoners, again, of the Piñitas Police Department, subject to the availability of space based on the facility's capacity. The interlocal agreement is for the temporary housing and detention of prisoners, again, awaiting arraignment. The temporary housing of prisoners will be at a cost of $54 per prisoner per day. That cost includes detention, transportation, and meals. The term is from October 1st, 2021 through September 30th of 2022. Staff and city manager recommend approval of this item.
What is the direction of council?
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second by motion by Nori and a second by Mr. Plata. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, I have 4 and 1 abstain. Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ortega. Item number 34, Ms. Vela, you have the floor, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. Item number 34 is the approval of the July 2021 financial statements. I'm going to go ahead and wait for this screen.
There you go.
Total revenues for the month were $5,302,190,
We lost it.
and total expenditures were $7,347,537, leaving an ending adjusted fund balance of $35,881,566. Staff and city manager recommend approval.
I move for approval.
We have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second? We have a second. In this, I open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 34 is approved 4-0. And I'm calling for item number 35. Ms. Vela, you have the floor.
Item number 35 is the approval of the July 2021 tax collection report. Total 2020 tax levy was $24,295,275.70, and the amount of collections as of July 31st, 2021 is $23,490,812.17, which represents 96.69% of the 2020 tax levy. Total delinquent tax levy was $2,414,650.81, and the amount of collections as of July 31st is $585,416.33, which represents 24.24% of the total delinquent tax levies. Staff and city manager recommend approval.
I move for approval.
We have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second? We have a second, and this I open it for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 35 is approved 4-0. And calling for item number 36, Ms. Vela, you have the floor.
Item number 36 is the acceptance of the quarterly report as required by the Public Funds Investment Act, Section 2256.023 of the Texas Government Code on the total investments for the quarter ending June 30th, 2021. The total increases to the investment balances for the period were $11,486,362.38, and total decreases were $2,238,000, leaving a total balance of $24,203,233.74 in outstanding investments for the quarter ending June 30th, 2021. The total interest earned on all funds year to date was $57,331.41. Staff and city manager recommend approval.
Move for approval, Mayor.
We have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. This I open it for final discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 36 is approved 5-0. And I'm calling for item number 37. Ms. Vela, you have the floor.
Item number 37 is the approval of the attached budget amendments. In general fund, we have a reclassification of $178,500 for the economic recovery that was removed from the CARES Act due to county guidance. Salaries were submitted in place of the grant payments. In the designated purpose fund, we have $7,799,054 in revenues and $1,708,955 in expenditures to allocate the funds received and expensed in the current fiscal year from the county for COVID relief fund. And in the designated purpose fund, we also have $12,522,431 in revenues and expenditures to allocate the first round of funds received from the U.S. Treasury for the American Rescue Plan. Staff and city manager recommend approval.
Move to approve.
We have a motion on the floor. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. This I open up for discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 37 is approved 5-0. Calling for item number 38. Mr. Pettis, you have the floor.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Item 38 is a discussion and action on the proposed 2021 tax rate and take a record vote, schedule a public hearing. In accordance with the Texas Property Tax Code, City Council must propose a tax rate for the city of Mission and publish a notice of property tax rates by September 1st. This notice provides information about tax rates used in adopting and the current tax year's tax rate. The new revenue tax rate would impose the same amount of taxes as last year if you compare property taxes in both years. In most cases, the voter approval tax rate is the highest tax rate that the taxing unit can adopt without holding an election. If the proposed tax rate exceeds the no new revenue tax rate, but does not exceed the voters' approval tax rate, one public hearing is required before the adoption of the tax rate. The calculation, the no new revenue tax rate is 0.5273 per 100 valuation. The calculated voter approval tax rate not adjusted for unused increments rates is 0.5590 per 100 valuation. And the calculated voter approval tax rate adjusted for unused increment rate is 0.5781 per 100 valuation. The current tax rate is 0.5299 per 100 valuation. A public hearing is scheduled to be for September 13, 21. At this time, the recommendation or my suggestion is to do the, asking the council for the calculated voter approval rate of the unused increment rate of 0.5590 per 100 valuation. This is an item for discussion and to take a record vote.
All right. I'll start with myself. I don't agree with the increment that you have increased or recommended. My vote is at 52.99 for it to stay the same current rate as last year. And here's my vote, my record vote. Ms. Ortega, since you're the mayor pro tem, you go second.
I'd like to keep it the way it is.
Can we see her hand? Can you see her hand? I can't see her in my screen. Nobody can see her?
She's not on camera, Mayor. Just to vocalize that she raised her hand.
Ms. Ortega, can you get on camera and raise your right hand, please, for the sake of the record?
Yes, I'm raising my hand.
Can somebody confirm?
Hi.
Can somebody confirm
Yes,
that
sir.
right hand is raised?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Plata, you're next.
My vote is to stay with the current tax rate of 0.5299 for 100 valuation.
Raise your hand, sir. Okay. Ms. Garza, you're next. ma'am.
Yes, my vote is to keep the current rate at 0.5299 per $100 valuation.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And Mr. Vela, your take on this.
I want to keep the current tax rate of $52.99 per $100.
And you raised your hand, sir.
Yes.
Right? I can't see you with,
Oh.
but Mr. Perez can. Mr. Perez, it's very obvious that the 5-0 vote for 52.99. So from here on, your recommendation, you're required now by policy to
Yes, sir.
to promote 0.5299 in all public hearings.
Yes, and
As far as there, we appreciate your recommendation. You know, I do know that you know, you're looking at the best interest of the operational departments of the city of Mission, you know, but we're not your instructions from the council, very simple. A 5-0 vote is that you will present next year's budget at 0.5299.
Yes, sir. And we'll schedule a public hearing for September the 13th, and it will only require one, considering it's staying the same.
Yes, thank you. I'll go straight into item number 39, and Mr. Perez, you're on the lead on that. Please give us your discussion and possible action. But before you give yours, I have one that I'm going to recommend for the council. And that at this time, due to the data that I have received, due to the numbers of the COVID-19 and due to the number of variances that are out there and the deaths that have happened inside our city of Mission, I am asking for masking of all citizens when they walk into our cities facilities. And I'm going to ask all employees mandatory masking when they deal with the public. Just when they deal with the public. That's my recommendation. For the safety, we lost an individual at the age of 27. And I know there's a lot of fights out there about masking and not masking and stuff and all that, but it's in the best interest for the safety of our employees and the safety of our citizens, vice versa, as they walk into our facilities. So now I'll give you the floor so you can add anything else.
Sir, aside from that, we're still continuing with our COVID-19 protocols and monitoring daily, and we will be bringing up this agenda item at every meeting. As things progress, we'll look at different restrictions, but at this time, we'll remain the same with your recommendation.
Okay. Can I hear a motion to approve Mr. Perez's recommendation and mine? We have a motion. Do I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any final discussion by any of the council members or any additional protocols that the council wants to add besides the one that I added?
Mayor, I'd just like to
Go
make a
ahead.
comment. I read today that the Pfizer vaccine is now approved. And
Yes,
so
it's
that
not a temporary approval. It's
it's
final
permanent, yes. So that being said, maybe we can have Robert look into those, what we can do with that, possibility or that option.
Yes,
For next time.
we just have to keep in mind that it does not apply to Johnson & Johnson. It doesn't apply to.
Right, no, it's just Pfizer.
Moderna. It just applies to Pfizer.
That's right.
Yes, we'll look into what we were able to do based on that newly
Information.
approval. Yes. ma'am.
Yes. Thank
All
you.
those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 39 passes 5-0.
you.
And we're going to ask for item number 40, Mr. Danny Silva.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Item number 40 is seeking authorization to award bid for training provider services. We received two proposals for the Texas Talent Connection Grant funded by the Wagner Pizer 7B from the Governor's Office and administered by the Texas Workforce Commission for our cyber mission program. As you know, we've ran this program. This will be the third year. It's been very successful. The evaluation committee reviewed and ranked both proposals for technical qualifications and price. We're recommending to award to CompTIA Tech Career Academy, who has been determined to be responsible and whose proposal is most advantageous to the program. The project is managed by the Mission Economic Development Corporation and provide cybersecurity training for 130 individuals. MDC board recommended approval at our August 17th meeting, and staff and city manager recommend approval.
I move for approval as presented.
We have a motion and a second to approve item number 40. And this I open it for final discussion by any of the council members. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item 40 is approved 5-0.
Thank you.
And I'm calling for item number 41. And Mr. Flores, you have the floor, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So in 2020, the Texas Veterans Land Board and City of Mission entered into a contract for the management and operation of the Veterans Cemetery, the Rio Grande Valley State Veterans Cemetery. I'm proud to announce that this partnership has proved successful over its initial year from the Veterans Land Board. The City of Mission is seeking a 3-year term from October 1, 2021 through September 30, 2024, with the option for renewal and budget negotiation before the anniversary date of each year. The proposed budget for the second year will remain at $750,000 for fiscal year 21-22. On August 8th of 2021, the Texas Veterans Land Board approved the 3-year agreement with the City of Mission. Staff and city manager recommend approval.
Good job.
I move for approval.
We have a motion and a second to approve the item 41. This I open it for final discussion by any of the council members. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Item number 41 is approved 5-0, Mr. Flores. And I'm asking for, do we have no unfinished business? I'll move into routine matters. City manager, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. In And I just want to announce that tomorrow we'll be having a celebration of live tree dedication in memory of our officer George Cabrera, Tuesday, August 24th, 2021 at 9 a.m. at the Mission Police Department courtyard. Everyone is invited if your schedule permits. Also, I do want to announce, like it was mentioned earlier, September is Childhood Cancer Awareness Month, and Mission Police Department will also do a walk on September 1st, 2021 at 7 p.m. Here at the Mission Police Department courtyard. It is with the Greater Gold Foundation. I'd like to invite everyone for that event also. Also, I do want to mention that the Mission Police Department is also partnering up with McDonald's, the McDonald's over on Cherry Road. It's enjoy a cup of coffee and meet your cops. It's cops, coffee with cops is a Mission and McDonald's partnership to have the community residents sit down with officers, ask questions and share their concerns. That is on September the 9th, 2021 from 8:30 to 10:30. That's all I have.
Thank you. As far as the mayor's comment, the only thing I'm going to say is people out there in the community, please vaccinate and everybody stay safe as far as that's concerned. And I'm going to open it for the city council members. Ms. Ortega, you have the floor. You're the first.
No comments, Mayor.
No comment. Mr. Plata, you have the floor.
No comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Ms. Garza, you have the floor.
I don't have any additional comments. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Vela, you have the floor.
No comment.
Run out of council members so I can go into executive session. Entertain a motion of executive session pursuant to the VTCA Government Code, Section 551.001. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second? We have a second, and this, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries 5-0. We're going to go into executive session. As soon as we finish our business, we will come out. We have a motion to reconvene. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries. Are you on, Ms. Ortega?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. I'm calling for item number 42A. Mr. Martinez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 42A needs a motion to hire outside legal counsel as discussed in executive session under the direction of the city attorney's office.
So moved.
We have a motion. Do I hear a second? Second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Item B, Mayor, there
Hold on,
was,
hold on. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you. Item number 42B.
yes, sir. Item 42B with an update requires no action.
Okay, thank you. Item number 43A.
That was discussed, the future MPO meeting. I believe the council might have an action, rather a motion on their own.
Mayor, would like to move that we table the presentation or NPO.
Second.
We have a motion and a second in this. I call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Aye. Mr. Vela, I didn't hear your voice.
Oh, aye. On the first round.
What,
To table it.
to table it? Ms. Ortega, I didn't hear your voice.
I motion to table it as well.
Okay, so it's a 4-1 to table the presentation to the MPO. I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
We have a motion and second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Motion carries.